Okay, audio test. Audio test 1. Audio test 1. Audio test 1. Okay, testing, 1, 2, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's really disgusting listening to myself chew. Ain't right. Well, this is testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Still have not figured out what is wrong with the audio on this darn thing. Let's see. Picture, control panel, devices and printers. Okay, let's see. Control. Control. Panel. Windows Firewall, Windows Update, Powers Options, Store, Administrative Tools, Defrag, blah 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 blah. Hardware and sound, here we go. Manage audio devices, here we go. Headset microphone, headset earphone, sounds recording, Minicam virtual microphone, properties, use this device, listen to this device. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Apply, okay, let's see, levels, microphone, advanced. CD quality, 1 channel, 2 channel. Allow applications to exclusive mode applications priority. Okay. Testing, 1, 2. Okay. Testing. Headset earphone. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Enhancements. Apply. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think I really screwed everything up this time. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 4. Testing. 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 Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Properties. Driver. Details. Minicam virtual microphone. Testing, 1, 2. Testing. Headset microphone, playback through default playback device. Okay. Default. Testing, 1, 2. Testing. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Communications. Okay, next. Okay. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Neither one is working. Testing. Testing. Playback. Headset earphones. Still struggling with this. Testing. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in case you haven't figured it out, today is going to be figure out what the hell's wrong with my video and audio day. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing. Testing, 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 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Driver detect. Testing. 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 Testing, testing. Test. No, that's not it. Testing, 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 1, 2. Okay, recording. This is where it comes in. Testing. And playback should be coming out through. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Crap. Kind of wonder if Skype didn't barf things up by... Okay, let's see. Headset earphone, that's the playback. Testing. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing, 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 1, 2. Default properties. Levels. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing, 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 1, 2. Okay, the headset microphone is picking up audio, but it's not coming through the minicam. Testing, 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 1, 2. Oh, confound it. Let's see. Let's try something here. Testing. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to look up some instructions on the Minicam website. Let's see. Okay, we are having some trouble here. Testing, testing, Testing 1 2. Okay, we got that working. Testing 1 2. Okay, we got this. Let's see if we got the system sound working again. Another day of cryptic. I am so sick of this. I really am. Really am. Testing. Okay. If anybody's still out there, if anybody's out there at all, out, show me some love, 'cause it's lonely out here. Okay, I think I've fixed it. God only knows what I did. Let me adjust the audio. Bring that volume down just a little bit. Testing 1 2. Don't know if you can hear the rain. What is today? July the 2nd, 2015. It seems like nobody's out there. Had to crank the audio all the way up just so you could hear the rain there. I can't turn it down now. What is this? Great, everything's... Is there anybody out there? Can you hear me? I guess I'm alone tonight. I've got Skype going. I managed to get it running. That next Questor page. Always be working. I don't work enough at this. I'm going to try and stay online for a little while. I spend more time drawing than ranting. Alright, let's see if the stupid... just... Oh, great. Come on. Great, now it's hiccuping. Great. I just need this like a hole in the head. But, surprise, surprise, ladies and gents, it's working. Basic gray. Okay. Just... let's go with basic gray first and then figure out the shading and shadowing and everything later. And... base colors. Ouch, my knee. Oh, crap. Ah. Oh, that hurts. That hurts like the dickens. That's right. Edit, undo, layer, 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 merge with layer below. It's more like it. Let's see. Pen. Rings, roots, ribbon line. There's got to be a way to adjust this so it options. Okay. How to show. Tile, small text. Settings of subtool group. So. Can't get it to show them in alphabetical order. That's kind of aggravating. Hello, glad to hear you there. Glad to see somebody's here. Well, you didn't miss too much for the first half hour or so. Messing around with the audio again. Couldn't get it to work right. Just tell me, can you hear the rain? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know first. Tell me, can you hear the audio? You still can't hear the damn. Well, Adobe Flash Media is picking it up. Testing, testing, testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3 4. Minicam is picking up my voice. And Adobe Flash Media is picking up Minicam. So what the hell's wrong? Can you hear it now? No, you can't hear the dance. This is making me angry, okay? It really is. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing. Testing. I'm going to try something else. Okay, give me just 1 second. Tell me if you can hear this when it plays. I don't know what the hell. I really don't. I'm going to try. So I'm looking at something here. It's supposed to give me instructions here. Let's see, minicam, settings. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 1, 2. Okay, change the audio settings to speakers. It's supposed to have a default setting, but it doesn't. This is just really frustrating. Give it just a second. Alright, well, I'm looking at the screen and I'm trying to figure. Okay, do you hear? Let's see here. Didn't work. Okay, I think I figured out what I did. Hey, I think I fixed it. I think I actually fixed it. Here, let me turn this. Okay. I'm trying to see if I've fixed anything, and I don't know. Waiting for the screaming fish to play again. The reason I picked the screaming fish is because they're so different from anything else that could be played on the computer. And apparently not. Okay, when system sound is coming into Minicam, but it's not going out. Hold on, let me try this again. Okay, the audio is going in. Okay, the system sound is playing in my Minicam, but it's not going from the Minicam out to Adobe Flash Media Live Encoder. Settings, audio. Recordings, just general. Okay. For whatever reason, the audio is not going from Minicam to Adobe Flash Media Live Encoder, and from there to the live stream. There's no reason for all the settings work. Even the little audio meter on Minicam is working. It should be playing out through the internet, and it's not. It's a baffling, frustrating, annoying. Hold on, system sound. Let's check. Make sure it's sound. No, it's just. We reached the point where it's less of a science and more of a voodoo practice. Sometimes I think getting these computers to work right, you could second over one of them and get just the same results as all the key poking that. It's ridiculous. That's where I'm not, these that Minicam has as a program is really getting on my nerves. I hate it. I hate the fact that I spend all my time This is the evil of being a computer consumer, is because you spend your entire life working with broken equipment and it arrives at your house and lands in your hands broken. It's already broken, it's before it ever arrives. And because it's computer programming, cryptic, nobody understands it. You just have to sit there and put up with it. If it was any other product, there would be lawsuits and hearings and. It is so exasperating. What gets me is that one of you all could probably sit down, poke around the settings, go, here, you just need to turn this on, and it would fix everything. It is so frustrating. Okay, but fully on it. It's probably some cryptic piece of crap. How-to videos helps. Help companies because they never respond, and when they do, it's usually some boilerplate crap. I don't know. Well, who knows? I like that tip there, right there. How to make ice cream with bananas. Got some bananas and they're starting to go soft. I think I'll try that. Don't know what flavor I'll add. It's probably just going to be banana. Okay, let's see what we're up to here. Let's get back to the page I was working on. Oh yeah, I wanted to find a page with rust. I want to see the colors. It's just Google. Rusty steel plates. Okay, sort of a brown reddish, I guess, for a base with a darker color. Okay, let's find that rust brush. I just spent 5 minutes trying to get my pens to sort by in alphabetical order, and it's not working, and I can't figure out where the setting is. Smoking, spot squelch, toothbrush. It sort of sorts them alphabetically, but DV, ribbons, rope, refact, sparse, cloud, dust, fire, rain, drip, rust. I really can't. Do brush. I see. Undo. Undo. I have no eye for color. I really don't. Let's see, and be sort of darkish brown. Let's see, what is the other brush? Drip. Okay, where's the fill? Okay, okay. Fill. Opacity. Trim that off. These rust tools are going to take a little bit of practice to get used to and get them to where they're working the way I want them to. Drip, DV, drip, DV. There's no pattern to this sorting. Undo. Whoop. Color margin. Opacity 100. Edit, undo. Edit, undo. A little mistake there. Let's see. Let's see. Nope, nope, that's not what I want. It's not what I want either. It's... Ah, here we go. Ruled. Okay. Natural. Artificial. Edit. Undo. And... Alright. Brush. Tippers. Alright. Okay. See, do I have a white barred line? I don't think so. So we'll just make one. Okay. Delete. Alright. Okay, actually, rectangle marquee. Okay, and we dip into the yellow. And then we dip into the black. Let's see, and the rust brush. DV veins. Try this. Undo. Let's try it a little darker. Let's see. Okay, give it a moment. And we can back up. We can see, trying to get used to using these little rust tools, that kind of thing. Wanted to give it a more, realistic look. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Alright. Oops. Okay. Marquee. Okay. Uh-huh. 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 So, gradient. Tools. Actually, what I want to do here is more easily done in my other program. Okay, let's see. Rust, scratch, cracks, leaves. Let's see, millipin, marker pen, fizz, for grumpy. Alright. Here's the brush in particular I'm looking for. Undo. That's not it. Edit. Undo. Fur. That's not it either. Could be. Let's save what I'll think that over. All right, I'm sorry. Okay, I've been quiet a little bit, so let's do some topics. Okay. Okay, anybody got a topic they'd like to touch on? Anything they'd like to talk about? About the comics? About politics? Society? Whatever. Religion? The weather? I don't care. Just give me some feedback. And I'm going to go ahead and turn Skype back on in case anybody wants to call back in. Let me see here. Skype. RH Junior 01. That's what you call if you want to call to me. See if it works right. Worked right last time. It's on. Let's see. Tools, options, audio. If anybody'd like to call in, go ahead and call. I wouldn't know. I didn't watch E3. I didn't see E3. I have not paid attention to E3. The only reason I even know what E3 is because I've heard other people talking about it. I could care less, really, because I'm not interested in Fallout 17 or whatever the heck else they're marketing right now. Or Skyrim. I'm not interested in Skyrim 2 or Fallout 17 or Duke Nukem. I don't care. I don't have a game console, and I don't play that many computer games on my computer. I play Candy Crush, and I play WildStar, and that's pretty much it. I've got other games on them. 4th of July. Don't know. Well, probably our last 4th of July as a free nation. Look, when your country has gotten so degraded that you can actually pick up and read passages from that describe its current condition letter for letter, it's a bad sign. It's really a bad sign. No, I haven't done any work on my fanfics. Not lately, no. I'm just letting them sit fallow for a while, brewing over some ideas. Right now, I'm trying to get into a zone where I'm drawing more frequently. and working more on the stuff that, pays the bills. Ooh, ooh, nasty. Beg your pardon. And let's see here. See flash line. That's not it. Focus line. Undo. It's not working so far though. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Smoking? Undo. Smoking. Let's see, where is that line thickener? Okay. I don't know. I think the smoke is a little much here. Let's pull that off. Let's see here. Nah, just no. red, dark red. Okay, with yellow, yellow, undo. Whoops. Hold on, shrink this down a bit so I can see what I'm doing. Undo. Okay. Let's try that with a different color combo. A little too dark for what I want. Okay. Fingers are going numb. Hold. Oh. Stupid. Ah. Oh, great. I jiggled the plug, and that was enough to reboot the pen. The tablet, rather. Just a little jiggle, and it rebooted. Now, probably doesn't work properly. Doggone. This arrangement, the way I've got everything arranged on this desk has a few drawbacks. I'll be right back. Y'all just hang on. I'm back. I'm back in the saddle again. Yay. Tired. Winded. Nope. Not wrong layer. Okay. Tool's being a bit fidgety for some reason. Okay, let's see here. I'm feeling a little strung out, and I'm not sure why. I'm feeling, I don't know, just not at peace. Not at peace, I suppose. Just, I've got so many. Any one or two of the things that I have to deal with, I could deal with them. Three or four things, maybe two or three things, But the old saying, that old joke, they always tell me I've been trying to take one day at a time, but lately they've been ganging up on me. uh, any of the problems I personally face are minor. Anybody could deal with them. pretty much anybody could deal with them. My physical condition, the problem with my legs, I could deal with that. My overweight, my obesity, I could deal with that. I'm dealing with it, in fact. Going on a low carb and trying to stick to it. But all the little problems, they're compounding each other. Physical condition means that I have trouble walking now. I can walk, I can go to the end of the trailer and back, and I need a step stool to climb into my van now. And it's just all these little problems. And the condition means that my legs are so swollen that I can't wear proper pants anymore. They don't make them unless I bought like those freaky bell bottoms they had in the 90s. The ones that were so big you could smuggle an entire family of illegal immigrants in them. As it is, it's okay. It's kind of painful to go out in public looking like this. It's always fun, the small children coming out staring at my legs. I don't think you really get up here. Let me turn on the lights. Here, let me pick up my camera. Just so you can understand where I'm coming from here. There's not enough light in the room. That. See, there are my toes down there. Wiggle, wiggle. Both my legs are swollen like that. The left one's worse than the right. There is no cure. There is no treatment. There's no medicine I can take. I literally have to wrap my legs in bandages just to sort of squeeze them down of an inch or two. And that's what I've got to lug around with me. It's like carrying lead weights around my legs. So when I'm not exaggerating here. I don't mean to bring you down. I just want to make it. I just don't want to. People think swollen legs. They think, oh, they're a little puffy. This is not a little puffy. My grandmother had it. My great aunt had it. That's my life, and this means everything is harder. Everything is harder. Just picking up my mail is a trial. And this is why I am so furious about the young. There are young people in uh, this trailer park. Hired two or three different people, ranging. I've hired local kids. There have been local kids. There have been teenagers, grown adults that I've paid to come and do, and they never show. I learned the hard way. Never did. But they don't get that. For them, this is something they do whenever they want a few extra bucks, and they and they it doesn't matter to them that I depend on them to be there and do this. I got one guy $30 to mow my, and and that's when I can find him. That's when I can get. I call him. I get his number. This is the same story every time. I find somebody who can do odd jobs. They either want the moon or they never show up. I paid this guy weeks ago, a month ago, to finish up my front deck with Thompson's water seal to paint it. And he has not showed up yet. I paid two different people to do it, and neither of them has shown up. Like a fool, I paid them in advance because they gave me reassurances. Oh well, I need to buy the brushes and stuff, and I won't do you wrong. I'll be there. So it means I have to depend on unreliable people. I think this is karma. I'll admit it. I am not, in my past, I try to be reliable, but I don't, I'm not I've not been as reliable in the past as I wanted to be, and now this is karma. This is God's goes around comes around. Now I'm in a position where I can't. The only people I can find are either charging me an arm and a leg, or can't be relied on, or both. And at the same time, I'm at this month. This is the last. I've told you about this. That property I sold. This is the last payment, and about half my monthly income's just gone. That $400 a month has been covering the rent and the lot rent and back taxes, and it's been plugging the gaps. I sold the property with the intention of saving the money up, so I'd have a little bankroll, a little nest egg, a little something, But every time I tried, something happened, and I had to grab that money fast and throw it at whatever problem had come hurtling my way. Sorry about that. I need, you know, I basically have a month to get to kick. I basically have a month to kick everything on the website up to the next level. The Kickstarter was, but, and this is a but, it's a big but, it's the biggest but you've ever seen. After everything got squared away and squirreled away, it's the middle of June. You know, it bought me time, but that was all it bought. So now here I am. I have to push this up to the next level. I have got to get this website regularly posting comics. And I have to start getting more readers and more Patreon patrons. Or I am thoroughly screwed, blued, and tattooed. And it's nobody's fault but my own. It never was anybody else's fault. There are things that would have made things easier, but I mean, if I didn't have the IRS trying to eat my rear end, life would obviously be a lot easier. But hoping for that is like hoping for the moon, really. The IRS leaving poor people alone. No, but just dwell on that little ray of sunshine in your life right there. One of those tidings of joy we all have in our life. The IRS. Okay, so why is it doing that now? Why can't I get it just to do a plain... What is this? I can't get it to stop. What is this? Current layer, follow adjacent pickle hole. Coal. I don't know why I did that. I have no clue. everything I own is in a state of needs repair soon. And if I have one more thing break down, I don't know what I'm going to do. If my van breaks down, if the wiring in my house goes out, I don't know what's going to happen. Not that the wiring is liable to go out. It's held up this far. It's not liable to go kaput. It's like I said. It's any one thing I could pretty much deal with. But it's this constant barrage of things that I can do absolutely nothing about. That are just eating my face, And I am at a loss as to what to do about it. The only approach I've got right now is keep drawing. And I'm hearing Dory in my head. Keep swimming, keep swimming, keep swimming. Unfortunately, I hear the Jaws theme playing in the background. A lot of gray critters in this page. What is it? Vaguely tinted the lines by mistake here. Just fix that. I need to draw more. I'm not drawing enough. I brought back the comics, the other comics, because this project is not holding people's interest. I don't know if it's the religious content. Really, this is what it's about. It's about creation versus evolution, and this is not in people just don't want anything to do with that, or that it's just that the people aren't going for the sci-fi story that I like, or the only people who are following are the ones who invested in it, so far as I can tell. I have a choice between trying to cram this thing through I can keep fiddling with this while Holton burns, as to coin a pun, or I can try and do something else on the lights on and the internet connected and everything else. So, which means that this is going to be slowed down. It's already slow because I'm having to feel my way along as I go. I'll have to say this has been a learning experience, to say the least. If I were to do this again, I would, well, first of all, I would write out a rigid script first. That was very foolish of me. I should have done that first. I have a rough outline, is what I have, and the problem is that I would have a rough. I would have a final rigid script, and I would have a very specific list of faces and roles to auction off. When I did this, I did it in the same way that I did the cameos in the comic strips. I offer so much for a guest star appearance, and what I didn't realize is that so many people would auction, would plunk, I figured I would have a ton of people who would put down a few bucks for a walk-on red shirt scene, just to have their face. I did not get that. I got maybe one or two crowd scene faces, and the majority of them, they wanted speaking lines, and that's made this a much more challenging and complicated project than I expected. As you can imagine. Oh, here, let me. I forget. I keep forgetting what camera I've got you guys on here. Let me transfer over so you can see what I'm up to. Unfortunately, this learning process is a matter of survival for me, life or death. So I better learn quicker, because if I don't, I'm screwed. Uh, let's see here. Somebody see, I'm going to have to switch this over to Paint Shop Pro in a little bit. Some of this stuff is just, in fact, let me save this. File, save as PNG. "33 pages, though. That's a fairly good distance along, I suppose. I apologize to y'all. I am probably a very depressing person to listen to right now. Yeah. I tried to change the resolution on the image, and it promptly, my camera, it promptly ARFed on using the camera. Here we go. Image, audio, playlist, audio, camera. Where's the camera? Let's see. And S100. I don't know, maybe it can't. Nope. Oh, I hope it didn't barf up. Yeah, that was the ambient lighting. I'm going to add a layer of tint to this once. Okay, I'm thinking that it's 9 o'clock. I think I've done enough work on that page. Gonna work on the next nip and tuck. Why do I feel like I'm regressing? I am a terrible business person. You realize this? PR anyway. I'm terrible at PR. You know, I'm a terrible PR person for my own business because you're sitting here, you're listening to me angst and moan and whine and plex and go through my emotionals ranging from all my psychological issues. And this is supposed to be me representing myself as a artist and illustrator and cartoonist. And anybody who looked at me, anybody who watched this, the people in suits will be watching this and like, crap, we're not hiring this loony. We're not hiring this case. No. Look at him. I don't know. I know you're always supposed to put your best foot forward. The problem is that I can't put on a facade very long. I can't. It feels like trying to go an entire day holding your breath. And given enough time, eventually you break down and just you keep everything buttoned up, right? Trying to be professional and be reliable and confident, and put your best foot forward and put your best face forward, and that they say about FaceTime with other people. I can't be my own face. You know what I'm saying? I am the kind of guy. I'm the reason that Dungeons and Dragons groups still have bards. You know what I'm saying? But have you ever noticed that it isn't the Native Americans that make all the fuss about this? This was our land, and you ought to give it back. And no, it's guilt-ridden left coast people. It's I'm sorry. When you have privileged white women pretending to be black, pretending to be Native American, make laws to do it. Maybe to reclassify that whole concept of oppressed and or privileged. You know what I'm saying? If people are, if people from upper middle class are that, are willing to being black or Native American or Mexican or anything else, maybe privileged, maybe oppressed isn't quite the word for it. You know what I'm saying? And that's another telling thing. We've got people who are willing to fake being oppressed in this country. They recently had a case where a gay guy filed a false. He carved an homophobic slur into his own arm with a knife, and called in and pretended I was gay bashed. He was willing to carve him with a knife in order to pass himself off as a victim. The victim classes in our society are the privileged class. And that's why they fight so hard. They fight tooth and nail to avoid admitting that a white person or a man, that a Christian or a man or a conservative, they don't want to share their privileged little circle. Darned well aware that being a victim gets them all the goodies. And they see genuine, and they will run off genuine victims, avoid sharing. They're going to keep all the cookies to themselves. That's their thinking. How dare you diminish my victimhood with your actual victimhood? That's their that's pretty much how they say it. got some social justice cockatoo-haired social justice warrior standing out there in the street, me and a man. I was a victim of rape too. Oh, it's always all about you. You're trying to ride our coattails. No. This is the insanity we live with. You're not allowed to be prosperous or successful, or it is considered a sin to admire somebody for actually doing something. But you can hold parades for somebody because they were a victim of something, even if their victimhood is due to their own stupidity. Oh, you're such a hero. You got AIDS. What? You went out, dipped your wick where you shouldn't have. Surprise! You caught something horrible. But that makes you a hero? Maybe if I go out and stick my wiener in a light socket, I can get a parade of my own. I suppose the irony is that the people in our country who genuinely need help are ashamed to ask for it, because they'll end up looking like one of these losers. Never did really figure out what to do with Tuck's ear and his hat. And it's sort of like, have you ever read Beetle Bailey? You'll notice there's one character called Sarge, and he has like one mouth. And they were interviewing him one day, the artist, and he was talking about the time they did special of some sort for whatever. They animated Beetle Bailey, and he said the animators just didn't know what to do with that tooth. Its position in his mouth, from drawing to drawing, was a little bit different, and so the animators, the animation, you'd see Sarge talking, and he'd turn his head, and his tooth would move in a circle around his mouth, just wandered back and forth. Inside his face, It's just one of those things, and like Mickey Mouse's ears. For a while there, back in the 60s and 70s, they tried to draw Mickey Mouse's ears in perspective. So that when he turned his head, they turned properly and everything else. Notice, now look at later animation. His ears, it's his trademark. People just don't like it as much when his ears are drawn properly. His ears are just two circles perched on the top of his head. And when he's animated and his head moves around, the ears just are back and forth across the top of his head. Oh yeah, you got oh my. I made a promise to myself that this coming Sunday I am going to Sunday services somewhere. I'm going to find a Baptist church somewhere in driving distance and go. The thing is, I don't know what I'm going to wear. I literally, I think I chopped. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I chopped all my sweatpants into shorts, and I'm gonna have to show. I'm gonna have to show up in a t-shirt and sweat shorts and my legs wrapped up. It's the only way I can do it. I'm not a member of my parents' church. Haven't been for a long time, simply because I don't attend there. They drop me from the roll. They drop you from the rolls automatically after a. But one day I visited, and all I had to wear that day, wears a pair of khaki shorts. I wore a collared shirt and a pair of khaki shorts. And after the service, he pulled me aside and just, he just, I really don't appreciate you coming here dressed so casual. I told him, I don't. What little. Let's be honest, I don't let them into my life. I am ashamed of. What my life has become. I don't want them to see me like this. I don't want them to know. I don't want to. I don't. I have, and I have gone to them. They offer it freely to me, but many times. But I have, regardless of whether they gave it to me or they offered it to me or whatever, I've learned over time to be ashamed to ask family for help. Because my parents have gone above and beyond trying to help me. The rest of my family has done above and beyond for me, and I keep ending up back in the same skids, and I don't want them to know that anymore. I don't want them to know about my problems anymore, because I just don't want them to be just anymore. And if I had to go back to them for help now, if I ended up having to move back in with them, forbid, I would rather die. I would rather die than have to ask them for more help. I've never, I've had to ask them for. I mean, my God, they gave up. They gave up. They've given me money. They've given me clothes to try and help me, and and everything they've helped me with has gone sour, and I just can't look at them anymore in the face. And I'm not going to go back to the church. I'm not going to have them ask, why aren't you dressed in proper church clothes, and have to tell them that I haven't got any that will fit over my legs, and have them take me on the charity wagon. But we don't mind helping. My father's routine is, we don't mind, but we're never going to let you forget it. I don't think he realizes just how much that burns, how much that hurts. And I think that if they ever try and back me into a corner to where I accept their help again, I might lose it, and I might estrange them forever. I'm sure they're not fooled. I'm sure they know that I'm having a harder time of it than I let on. But I'm not gonna be the first one to crack and tell them. What the crazy thing is that this last round of, that whole thing with the land and moving in with them and everything else, that was they come, they find me in a bad spot, they offer me help, and usually I'm too proud to accept it. Sometimes I just are too common sensible to accept it. Sometimes I can't. But anytime I refuse their help, they will not let up until I accept it. And then when it doesn't, when it doesn't work out the way they expected it to, they come back and hold it over my head. And I've learned that, I've learned from experience that I cannot please. You cannot please somebody who helps you out and has expectations of a payoff of some sort. It's the old routine, all the things we sacrificed for you growing up. Goats, sheep, your brother Carl, like I don't know. Like I'm somehow blind and deaf to the. My God, they gave me a piece. They gave me land, and I managed to bugger that up. Never go into business with family. Never accept loans from family. Never. I could say a lot, it boils down to this. I was living in South Charleston, West Virginia, and things were getting pretty tight, pretty spare. And I let slip that my landlord, for a reason to, my landlord basically, I was living in a little one-room walk-up. I was paying $200 rent, all utilities covered. Just a little one-room efficiency. And my landlord was wishing out loud, because he was kind of a cheapskate, and his routine was that he'd let some worker, some carpenter or whatever, take that room, take one of those rooms, and for free, and then this guy would have to work for him on his property in exchange for rent. And I wasn't one of those who was doing that deal. I was paying in cash. And as hard, I was struggling, but I was managing to keep up with the rent. And he didn't, and he'd warned me out. And my parents got wind of that, and they started making suggestions and offers to have me with them. I refused at first. No. And they had a piece of land, West Virginia, that they had originally planned on building a house on, and also had an old RV. The first is, I'll tell you what, we got this old RV. Dad was like, Mr. Fix-It was going, oh, well, you and me, we'll take some time. You move in with us, and we'll park that RV out back, and you and I will work on it, and we'll fix it up, and live in that RV. And then you can go find yourself a trailer lot and live on it. And moving back in with him. I had moved back in with ice at that point already. It was the grueling hell you imagine. And I never wanted to do that again. It had taken a commitment of I had sworn before God that if I had to move back in with them, if I could not get out of that house, I finally found a job. I was staying with them at the time. I found a job at a Subway and a job at a Krispy Kreme donut shop, and I managed to save up enough money and got the apartment, and moved out finally, and for a couple of years I was finally free. I was back in with him twice at that point, and I swore to myself I will kill myself. I literally made this oath. I will throw myself off that bridge. We had a couple of bridges there. And before I move back in with them. Ever again. And even though things were employed with the cartooning thing, and I was, things were middling, money-wise. I was just scraping by, but at least I lived right in town. I was still young. I was still in fairly good health. And I was right in the middle of town, right where everything was. I mean, I was within walking distance of a grocery store and a library and a couple of churches and half a dozen businesses that were always hiring. So if I decided to get a part-time job, I had somewhere to go. And they came back to me and they said, well, here, they made that suggestion with the RV, and I hesitated big time. Because I didn't want to even live in a trailer on their property, okay? Oh, you'll have your own door to exit by. And I'm like, yeah, that'll make a huge difference when you come banging on my door on Sunday morning to make me go to church with you. Because you say so, whether or not I decide I want to. I would just be your son living in his little clubhouse out in the backyard. No. Plugged into your utilities? No. So I tried to beg off, and everybody dithered back and forth, and then show up in my house, and they say, here, what we're going to do? We got this land. The RV's already the RV was already out there sitting on that property, and they said, oh, here's the idea. This was going to be your inheritance. We're going to give you that piece of land now. You stay with us for a few months, save up your money, from your business and stuff, and you and Dad work together and fix up that RV so you can live in it, and then you move out onto that property. And there you are. You'll have a place of your own, rent free, and so on and so forth. And you'll have that piece of land. It'll be your own. And greed and stupidity jumped out of nowhere and landed on my head. Now, they couch in it, this is going to be your inheritance, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, I remember how the prodigal son turned out with getting his inheritance early. But I thought, hey, this would work. If I don't have any real for a while, the business, I'm getting a lot of donations and commissions and things from the website. If I do this, I'll be able to scrape together enough to do this, and maybe it'll work, and I'll have that land, and and I went along with it. And the next thing I know, I'm living on their property. A year later, I haven't managed to the business, and that was just about the point that the quote-unquote business tanked. People stopped donating. People stopped making commissions. People stopped everything. And I was online every day, just shaking the money tree, trying to figure out what the heck happened. And that was a source of joy too. I had odd hours, and I was they blamed it on me being up, but it turned out that it was due to sleep apnea. And that I was starting to doze off all the time, and I would do it in the middle of church, and unfortunately I snore like a chainsaw. You do the math. Another little source of friction in the family from that. And and basically their plan fell apart because first I was going to move out onto the land and live in the RV, but and then suddenly, oh no. What we'll do, son, is you and me will work together and we'll build a log frickin' cabin. We'll build a little house, right? We got the foundation right there. You and me will work together. We'll saw wood and chop logs and tote and haul and carpenter and you'll have yourself a little house on that land. And meanwhile, I was, the money issue was still. Yeah, and everything every time we talked, that plan got more extravagant. The next thing, first we were going to move the trailer up there. Then we were going to move the RV up there, fix the RV up there, and then we were going to move a trailer up there, and then we were going to build a cottage up there. And the next thing you know, it's Walton's frickin' Mountain. We could barely get a car that prop in and out of that lot of land. The so-called road that led up to it crossed the bed of a creek and hitched up the side of a hill at a right angle that would have snapped a trailer in half. It was up on a hillside. It was, the land had been at a 45-degree angle when he bought it, and they had gone in there with bulldozers and everything. They'd spent I don't know how much trying to flatten out an area so that they could build their little cabin in the sky. And I looked at it, and this guy, and of course, finally, after a year, he looks at it. A year here and you haven't got any money, go out and get a job. So I went and started looking for a job. I ended up with a part-time job at Big Lots, selling and unloading and hauling furniture. I was already on the downhill slide with my health there, but I was unloading Heath, about 2 days before I got my interview at that job, I had been trotting back. I had been borrowing their. I didn't have a vehicle of my own. I had to use their car. They had taken me out of a city, a city with bus routes and everything, and dragged me out to Bum Twaddle, Ohio. This little one-horse, literally one stoplight town that had 3 businesses that weren't hiring anybody that wasn't family. And 20 miles away from the next nearest town. My dad issues. He's revolted by the idea of living where there's civilized. Time after time, over the course of my life, has dragged our family hither, and it's always and we always end up living in some little, barely civilized armpit. Some place where the streets roll up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There's no work, there's no industries, there's no jobs, there's nothing. again and again and again. 5 or 6, last, at that point, there had been like 7 or 8 family moves, town to town to town to town to town. Lowell, Ohio isn't nearly as bad as it was when they were living in West Virginia. In Lincoln County on Mud River. Yeah, that was the actual name of the place, Mud River. They're lovely names for that area. I mean, this where the paved, they had paved roads, but they were 1.5 cars wide. The local, the local Hicks and Reddick were there driving up these hairpin turns and up and over the hills at like 50 miles an hour, like going Luke. Yeehaw! Come within a hair of running everybody off the road, and so far back in the hills, the rainbows came in black and white. The bird, the national bird back there was the plastic. The richest people in town, they called their family and had them had everybody come to help take the wheels off their new house. That kind of neighborhood. Worse. I mean, we're talking an area where they had things, I kid you not, tar paper roof shacks with satellite dishes on them. I mean, this was the kind of stuff that, Jeff Foxworthy couldn't make up. But moving out to Lowell is population, Lowell, Ohio, population 50. And I was having to borrow their car. I finally got a job. And not 2 days before, he finally lost his patience and started screaming and yelling at me. I mean, literally threw a fit, accusing me of not trying to get a job. Now, you just don't want a job. You don't want to work. No, I didn't want to come to Ohio. That's what I didn't want. And then, like almost the very next day, I was, employed at Big Lots. I was still having to drive my mother's car back and forth. It was a joy. It just within a month, we were striking sparks off each other. They couldn't stand having me back home. I couldn't stand being back home. And finally, I was like, forget the plan. We are not going to, Daddy and I are not going to go up on the hill and build a cabin in the sky. Maybe someday, I said, I'll afford it. Anyway, I finally got the job. I got the job. I started saving up money, and I managed to save up enough money and bought the van. Same van that's parked out there right now. I love that van. She's rusting out on the sides. She's, the windshield, the automatic windshields don't work. Air conditioner's busted. Everything in it is, half everything in it is busted. Can't even open the back door because the lock is jammed. I did a number on that. God only knows. I haven't figured out that door. And it's a 92. Old enough to go to college now. But I love it because I saved up my money from that job. I wasn't a great employee there. I just you work enough. You have to make stellar achievements. I've learned this one thing working for other people. You have to make stellar achievements for them to ever forget any mistake you ever made. Tiny mistake. show up they'll remember you showing up 5-10 minutes late longer than they remember you making the sale of the century on the furniture floor. That kind of thing. And my health was in decline. I already I was overweight and I couldn't dream of doing that job now. Oh my word. But anyway, I managed to work there for a couple of years, but I managed to save up my money. I bought that van. And, freedom, For the first time in years, I had a vehicle of my own. And I had some options. Van, perfect. It even has the back are motorized so that they lower down into a flat out bed. You can camp out in it. It's a traveling van. It's a touring van. It needs serious work inside. It needs clean too, and full of garbage. But it's a nice, and it still runs. And that's more than I can ask right now. And then I noticed one of our neighbors had a camper for sale. I went there one day, and I talked to the guy, and I looked inside, and it was a little cozy. It was about the size of my living room, and maybe the kitchen too. But there was enough room in there for me and my stuff and my and everything. And ta-da! Perfect, marvelous, excellent, great, fantastic. I was fine. I thought this was the original plan, that I was going to, take an RV or a trailer up onto that land, set it up, hook it up to the utilities, hook it up to a septic tank, and live there on that land. And I told my parents, they've got this trailer of sale now. This trailer, I could man, and I can pull it up there right, today if I can pay for it. I just take a couple more months of my paychecks, buy that, and move out on the. And the instant my mom heard that, now I want you to remind you that this was their idea. This was originally their idea. This was the plan. This was what they came with in the first place. We got this RV you can live in. And looked at that RV. It was a piece of crap. Really, it had like vermin and nesting in the engine, and it was so tiny and stuff. I couldn't, I had to slide sideways down the quote unquote little hallway to the back bedroom. I would probably, if I had lived in that thing, they would probably found my dead body jammed bathroom. I've got closets in this house that are bigger than the bathroom thing. And it really was. It would have taken efforts and far more skilled labor than I would have ever been able to provide just to get it livable, much less mobile. But there's that, and I say, this is the plan. The plan finally come to fruition. Save up a few more, just a couple more paychecks. I have that trailer, and I can move out. And my mother freaked. Isn't going to tolerate. She said, no, you are not going to live in that horrible thing. It was in better shape. It was in better shape than my own room, and it was in excellent condition. She didn't even have to look at it. Back when I was a baby, Mom and Dad had to live in a trailer like that on my grandparents' property for a stretch. And my mother is one of those people who never, ever forgets a trauma. You know what I'm saying? Was never going to let that ever happen again. And she was convinced that that and she just pointed at me. But for a miracle, I dug my heels in. For a miracle, I managed to dig my heels in. I said, "No, this is what you talked me into in the first place." So she went, and then Dad on me. And over again it was, "Well, it's your choice, son, but you know how your mother feels, and this is really bad, and just down an inch at a time until I finally caved." And oh, by the way, the daughter of the deacon of our church is moving to Cincinnati, and she needs her trailer. And here I am. He actually argued me into him and me co-signing a loan from the bank for this trailer. $3,000. I was like, "No, Dad, no, Dad, no, 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 no." And he would not take no for an answer. It is only by the divine grace of Jesus Christ Almighty that I managed to, I paid it all off. Finally, payment after payment after payment after payment. And I finally paid it off. Took me 3 years. But even when I first saw that trailer, I'm like, I had board over the, I had lying over the floor now too, because the floor's rotted away in other places. The place was already falling apart. My dad was like, "Oh, this is great. It's a fix me up. You can fix this up in no time at all. Herpa derpa derpa." And the next thing I know, here I am. And I was at a point. I was desperate. It had gone on 2 years now, and I wanted out. I would have signed a lease on a pickle barrel if it would have got me out of my parents' house once and for all. And so I ended up going into the loan with him, and then I ended up, and I have not managed to make. I have managed to nail some boards over the holes, and pay somebody to climb up on the roof and coat it with tar so that it doesn't leak. And that is, and my family had to come in and it seems like no matter what I do, I cannot get away. Because I am stuck in Marietta. Is not a major metropolis. It's not even a really decent sized city. And and here's the kicker. My dad can't live anywhere near a city. Would love living here, because this trailer park, which is supposedly in Marietta, is about 5 miles, outside it, 5-10 minute drive to get to the nearest gas station and store. So once again, if my van, there's no buses, there's no, if my van goes out, I'm stuck out in this trailer park if anything goes wrong. And so here I am. And I lost the job by the way, in case you didn't figure it out. I was losing a step, you know. I mean, I was already getting old. I was already getting, you know, in worse and worse health. You know, and spending too much time in the bathroom as far as the boss was concerned. Because you know, he had a bathroom right in the back of the furniture department. And you know, back where the all the sofas were stored. And if I had to go, and you know, I was already at a point where my stomach was always acting up. And without fail, the instant I would go into the bathroom, some ninny would come walking in to the furniture department, and I would get chewed out for being like, you know, not being on the floor when the customers are in present. And I was just getting older, and I was getting slower and in worse health. And but I wasn't terrible. But I was bad. He wanted me out. You know, I wasn't bad enough to fire. I had fallen victim to the Peter principle. I was promoted to my level of incompetence, and I was, you know, he wanted somebody. You know, he obviously wanted somebody who was younger, faster, and quicker on the ball, well, one day, I was chatting with a couple of the girls who were working up at the front cash registers, and I was going through my backpack. You see, I carried my backpack with me everywhere. It was one of those little school backpacks, really, and carried some stuff in it, tools, odds and ends that I might need. And one of the things I carried was a small folding knife, 3 or 4 inch blade. I had bought it right there at the Big Lots, and I carried it with me so that I could use it to. We were supposed to have box cutters, but those things kept getting lost. To carry one of the pocket knives, so I could cut cords and twine and cut open packages and boxes and stuff, and. I held it up. I was going through my stuff, and I held it up and showed it to her. And I said, "Well, check this out. I'm just about ready for anything." And the little bubble head went, and I to this day I suspect that supervisor. That store supervisor, I think he talked her into that. She went and wrote out a report brandishing a weapon. That I scared and intimidated her with my knife. And he fired me on the spot. Look, if I'm a poor employee, fire me. At least have the honesty and the balls to do it for something real. I'll take my lumps and walk out the door. If you're going to be a skis and do that, The son of a bitch knew what he was doing. And can you imagine me? I got fired from my last job for brandishing a weapon. That's great. He got rid of me. And that stupid little teeny bopper didn't last another month. She had to go back to school. Learn how to put on a condom. And how to save the trees, you know. I'm very angry. I'm still angry about it. I couldn't tell if I wanted to. They'd have to hire me and then hire somebody else to do the work. Because I can't stand anymore. I was lucky enough to get a job at the name slips my mind. It's a little company that does product demonstrations. You know those little guys in booths in the booths at Walmart that say, "Here, would you like to try this thing on a toothpick?" They're contracted out. We work for another company, but I managed. I worked with them for 2 or 3 years. It got, and again, my legs were already starting to balloon up in order for me to stand, and the work was all as needed. Know what days we were going to work, and eventually they just basically shaved me off the schedule until I wasn't there. So I finally just then I went to the hospital, and that was pretty much a clincher. By the time I got, by the time everything was done, that was a year ago. By the time everything was done, I couldn't do the job anymore. The job required you to stand for 6 hours a day. I can't stand for 6 minutes. There are 1,000 places taking a better course. But here I am, and ever since last June, I've been. This has been my the payments from that property sale, and this have been my income. And this month, half of that ends. And And here I am. That's how I got where I am right now. That's about 5 or 6 years of my life story. Maybe 6 or 7. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look at a calendar, and then I have to call my friends. When exactly did I move in with you guys? So, I'd better make a go of it. I'd better find a way to turn this half-assed thing I do into a proper money-making venture. I'd better start comics. I'd better start doing more commissions, getting things done more faster. That's the thing that's always killed me in life. That has been my failing every regards is faster, faster, faster. I'm never fast enough, no matter what I'm doing. But I've got to find a way to make this work. Or I'm going to end up someplace worse than being on the dole. I'm going to end up, God knows. But I know. Right now, bottom of my league. That is. Right now, I could bear up under one burden, but half dozen little ones, that's killing me. You know what they say though? If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. You really don't know how true that is until you have reached a point where your physical health handicaps you. When you can't do even simple household chores, not because you're lazy, but because you literally can't drag your carcass around to do it. I'm going on this. I'm praying that this diet I'm on will work, and that losing this weight, it'll take me at least a year to get down to halfway normal. But I hope that I'm just praying that losing this weight will start helping with my other physical problems, and I'll be able to pull out of this nosedive I'm in. Because I don't know what I'm going, I don't know where I'm going to crash. A pilot who loses control of his plane, at least it knows he's going to end up on the ground. Me, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm sorry, I do not want to be a bummer. I do not want to be a source of happiness for y'all. I do not want to be a whiner. I want to be a winner. I want to be a success. I want to, I want to be one of those people that strives even when things have turned against him. Those people who, even when they don't succeed, they're still admirable. I want to believe that there is something, that I am capable of. I want to be somebody worthy of being respected. Trying to lengthen his muzzle. It's Pa Todd really should look older than his two sons. Make his muzzle a little longer, a little sharp. His features sharper, more adult, less puppy-like. When I first started, There, just flattening. You just had a little bit of flattening. Now, you want to see something? You want to see the very first cartoon character I drew? Back when I was in grade school, through very odd circumstances, I was made the acquaintance of a man who drew a comic strip for a school, a teacher's bulletin type newspaper. It was a sort of leaflet magazine kind of thing for the school teachers in that region. And he drew a character. He called Bert. The character was 90%, just supposed to be a little preschool kid, a little kindergarten kid. But he had a nose that was literally just a big, huge ball, almost as big as the rest of him. Very odd character. Well, let's see here. I wonder if I can find it online. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see if I can find it. One of the teachers is some sort of guidance counselor. She apparently got it in her head that she was going. And eventually, she did encourage me to get into art, especially. Bert. Comic strip. Nope. Too obscure, I guess. But I could probably spend years looking. Anyway, me, being the unoriginal little spud that I was, made my own character, which is practically a rip-off of his. But I'll be right back. Just a second. Okay, let's see here. This guy, oh, excuse me. This guy was the very first character I drew, Hubert. It has been decades since I drew this guy. I had all the originality of any 11-year-old boy. I just copied whatever I saw or tried to. This is probably better drawn than the ones I made, than the drawings I made of him back then. This, let's see here. Are you seeing this? Let's see here. Got you on the right camera? Yeah, I've got you on the right camera. And why is this fizzing? Just clear. Okay, there we go. Don't worry about. And that's supposed to be a turtleneck he's wearing. Have him Hubert. And as I recall, he had a dog. Can't even remember what the dog's name was. I was a Garfield junkie at the time, so there had to be a smart-mouthed dog, you know. And again, completely from memory, and I can't even remember half of what he looked like. It was just about as terrible as you'd expect. But of course, all the grown-ups were like, "Oh, this is so marvelous. Oh, this is so fabulous. Oh, you're so talented, Eddie." My middle name is Edward, so. And there you had it, the very earliest, very first characters I ever drew. A few years passed, and then I actually got an opportunity to draw a comic for the school newspaper when I was a freshman in high school. And it was... the comic I drew was incredibly stupid. It was called Teen Duck. The adventures of a teenager who turned into a duck. Again with the turtleneck sweaters. I don't know what, but they did. These were always rolled up. And so was the belt line. Of course, everything I got was like secondhand, pretty much. You know, I didn't have older siblings. We just shopped at like secondhand clothing stores and got a lot of gifts that were, you know, secondhand clothing, that kind of thing. And so I guess that was my idea how a sweater should be, you know. So big that you had to roll up the neck, roll up the bottom, roll up everything else. Oh man, sometimes I wonder if I wasn't mentally, sometimes I wonder if I had, if I was mental or something. Did I have some sort of intermediate Asperger's or something? Because I don't know. Well, anyway, Teen Duck had a brief run in the school newspaper, like 4 or 5 comics, and then the school year ended. They only published how many years? I had to start them again. This time with a partner, a little cute little mouse. And his name was, I gave the duck a name, named him Mandrake. Ha ha. And the little mouse's name was Cecil. So thus, I figured out the folding the arms behind the back trick real quick. Easy way to save a lot of drawing on the hands. Again, it has literally been decades since I drew either of these characters. You know, this guy was supposed to be the cynical wiseacre, and this guy was supposed to be the cute little innocent guy. But it was interesting how that shifted over time. Eventually, Cecil became something of a cute little jackass. I would scribble them out on scrap paper while I was at college for the other students to read. They wanted, they'd asked for it, and I became obsessed with producing them. Any little scrap of something to give me a little self-esteem, And as time went by, I introduced. He's supposed to be a guinea pig, okay? Just so you know. But let's just put it this way. The stuff I did back then was cringe-worthy. I would be humiliated. Yes, this is supposed to be a guinea pig from Zimbabwe. Who always wore a little Santa hat for some reason. Guinea pig. Way. I just thought Zimbabwe sounded funny. I mean, it was terrible. It was. I was to coin a phrase, I was a complete Asperger. I mean, I would scribble them out in pencil, not even frame them, just little. Oh, here's a new one. Here, you want to read the new one? You want to read? Oh, look, here's another Cecil. You want to see the new one? I was 18 when I did this. I was in college and acting like this. I was an overgrown man-child. Still am. Then about the same time I started drawing Nip and Tuck. Again. And I'd drawn Nip and Tuck on and off for decades. First when I was a little kid, and then I sort of gave it up and threw it to the side, and then I picked it up again. And that's probably why I feel, probably the reason I feel so guilty about pursuing, I have this latent guilt, I suppose you'd call it, over trying to be a cartoonist. Because deep down, I've been doing this. I feel like, on some level, I feel like I'm trying to avoid adult responsibility. Get a real job, and take on real responsibilities and mature. Not trying to make a living drawing silly pictures, badly drawn silly pictures. I could tinker with that all day trying to recapture the glory of those days. I think I'll save that. Spaced a little far apart, didn't realize. But I'm not going to tamper with it. I'm going to resist the urge. Maybe I'm right. Maybe it's past time for me to grow up. Stop pretending. This is anything other than a man, a grown man playing with childish things. But I don't know what else I would do. Done this on and off for almost 20 years. Well, longer. I've been doing it ever since just about, well, the turn of the century. $15 years. Longer, counting the non-professional stuff I did all those years. Thinking and wondering that maybe if I just pursued this because it's easier than being an adult and growing up and working for a living. Then I started running out of steam because after all the years I started learning just how hard a job it is. not just drawing and having something new and fresh every day, but running it as a business. That I'm not burned out. It's just at some level I've just decided it's not fun anymore. It is fun. I mean, but maybe that it just required, that being a real success, that it requires more work than I put into it. And that thought, the idea that maybe is real, what my real motivations are, is enough shame to make me want to end myself. I can't, everybody says that you have to treat it seriously, like a job. You really want to be serious, you have to pursue it like a job. And work hard at it. Yes, it does require a lot of hard work, but that's not what motivates me. I don't know if I can explain it, but a job is not the sort of thing that draws out my passion. Growing up, I've always felt that, I'd always felt that work and a job was something you had to endure for the sake of doing what really passioned you. That work was something you completed so that you could get it out of the way to do what you really, really wanted to do. It seems, it seems backwards. It seems backwards. You've heard the joke. You hate your job. We have a club for that. It's called Everybody. They meet at the bar on Fridays. But we're supposed to all our motivation from something that we absolutely. At the same time, we admit that what we call a job or a work or a career is something that we hate. We look down, morality-wise, on people who are impassioned about things, work. You're never going to be about something that you hate. And yet, the first thing we teach is that you're not an adult until you dedicate your entire life to something that you hate doing. If you're doing something and you enjoy it and it's fun, well, then you're not being a responsible adult. You're putting your nose to the grindstone and doing something that that's brings you no joy or fun at all. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong there. It's the old lesson of the breadwinner that the man of the house had to go out and do grueling work he hated for the sake of things that the first thing we learn is that the first lesson we're taught is that everybody needs to work, and you're going to hate work. Ergo, if it's something you don't hate, then it's not work, and you're lazy. You're a slacker. An old joke from moving pictures. One of the characters was a wizarding school. He had basically made a career out of school, like graduating, because he had a wealthy relative that promised to pay the bills as long as he kept his grades up. So he had made an art form of keeping his grades at just enough that his relative would keep paying to keep him in school, and not quite good enough and be an actual wizard. Anyway, movies and the out of its time, Hollywood breaks out in the Discworld, and he finally and he gets expelled, but drawn away, lured by the glow. And at one point, he's talking with his leading lady, and he says, every path seemed like a trap. No matter what course you took, it always seemed to him like a trap, a dead end. Because he thought, he suspected that deep down, he suspected that even Cohen the Barbarian, had those mornings where he got up and said, "Oh Lord, not another day of crushing the jeweled thrones of the world under my sandaled feet." And he came to the conclusion at some point that there was no way to escape a life of drudgery, no matter what you did. I don't recall if he ever, if the story ended with him changing his mind or not, because of the things he experienced in Hollywood. In Hollywood. But it struck me as an incredibly depressing thought that the only thing anybody had to look forward to about proper adult was spending day after day after day doing something you hated. Because that was the only way to be, quote unquote, a real responsible adult. And I can't, and now I wonder if I ever really grew up. Because I can't help thinking that if I had grown up, if I really was a mature adult in all the ways, mature in all the ways that really matter. If I was a real adult, I'd have a better handle on my life. I couldn't, I wouldn't be able to help but have a better handle on my life than this. Instead, I've spent my entire life being knocked back and forth by circumstances. Handling everything poorly. Never knowing when to dig in, never knowing when to give up, never knowing when to... never getting it right. Drawing closer and closer every day to that final time when I meet my maker, and he's going to look at me and look at how I took a life full of opportunities and undeserved blessings and totally at it and ran this body around within half the allotted time a man lives. Practically, I'm practically an invalid at the age of 40. And 44 years of irresponsibility. I should have taken better care of my finances. Should have taken better care of my body. I should have taken better care of my spiritual welfare too. I wouldn't be sitting here an unchurched Christian. Please forgive me for being so self-indulgent and whining so much. It's a hard time right now, and I just needed to lay it out. Even if it did, even if it didn't do any good, even if talking about it just made things worse, I just had to. I know. It's just I'm right tired right now. I'm I'm a little I'm just tired of just barely surviving from one calamity to the next. I'm just so tired of it. And I'm getting older and I'm slowing down even more. And I'm not going to be, and I'm losing, I'm, I managed to stay one jump ahead of everything, and I'm losing ground. There are people out there given half the opportunities and half the advantages I've had would have made something great of themselves. And I'm just going to be lucky if I. I'm just going to be lucky if I drop dead in the traces before the wolf catches up with me. And that's just how it looks from here. And it's grinding me down. It's just using me up, and all the pep talks in the world aren't helping me right now. Is there anybody still listening? Or have I depressed the hell out of y'all and driven you off? Okay, it is about 11:30. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for being patient. And for being a faithful audience. Thank you again. See you tomorrow, 6 p.m. I'll try and be in a more pleasant, cheerful mood when I arrive. Try and make it a better night. You know, this is supposed to be fun for all concerned, not just couch for me. Thank you all for listening. Say a prayer for me. God knows I need 'em.